Well, hello there, little dude. How are you? You having a good evening this evening? Good. I'm glad. You ready for some story time? A little bit of Frankenstein? You got trampled for chocolate milk. Little dude, did you trample your mom on the way to get chocolate milk? I don't know if I believe you. Should I believe you? Should I believe him, Bella? Yes, I should believe him. Just a moment. Sorry about that. You may have threatened it. Well, then you probably deserved it. You can't threaten somebody's chocolate milk. That's not nice. It's not nice at all. So, I know we've been reading a lot of Baudelaire, and a couple of you have sent pictures of copies of Baudelaire that you picked up, which is amazing. Let me tell you, that is incredibly cool. But I thought we'd change it up a little bit and read a little bit of John Keats. Hey, Sparky. Yeah, see, you can't threaten to drink somebody else's chocolate milk and then not expect to get trampled. That's just, I am totally on little dude's side for this. Even if he denies that he did so. See, little dude, all you had to do was say she was going to drink it. I've been like, oh, trample away. But I thought I might start us off with Old Meg by John Keats. A little bit of Friday poetry to get us going. Did I find a short enough one? I mean, it's 7 stanzas or so. That's not too bad. It's not like 15 pages. So this one's Old Meg. Old Meg, she was a gypsy and lived upon the moors. Her bed it was the brown heath turf, and her house was out of doors. Her apples were swart blackberries, her currants pods o' broom. Her wine was dew o' the wild white rose, her book a churchyard tomb. Her brothers were the craggy hills, her sisters larken trees. Along with her great family, she lived as she did please. No breakfast had she many a morn, no dinner many a noon, and stead o' supper she would stare, full hard against the moon. But every morn of woodbine fresh she made her garlanding, and every night the dark glen yew she wove and she would sing. And with her fingers old and brown she plaited mats o' rushes, and gave them to the cottagers she met among the bushes. Old Meg was brave as Margaret Queen, and tall as Amazon. An old red blanket cloak she wore, a chip hat she on. God rest her aged bones somewhere, she died full long agone. And then this one's lines written in the Highlands after a visit to Burns country. There is a charm in footing slow across the silent plain, where patriot battle has been fought, where glory had the gain. There is a pleasure on the heath where druids old have been, where mantles grey have rustled by and swept the nettles green. That escalated quickly. There is a joy in every spot made known by times of old, new to the feet, although each tale 100 times be told. There is a deeper joy than all, more solemn in the heart, more parching to the tongue than all, of more divine a smart. When weary steps forget themselves upon a pleasant turf, upon hot sand or flinty road, or seashore iron scurf, toward the castle or the cot where long ago was born one whom was great through mortal days and died of fame unshorn. Light heather bells may tremble then, but they are far away. Woodlark may sing from sandy fern, the sun may hear his lay. Runnels may kiss the grass on shelves and shallows clear, but their voices are not heard, though come on travels drear. Blood red the sun may set behind black mountain peaks. Blue tides may sluice and drench their time in caves and weedy creeks. Eagles may seem to sleep, wing wide upon the air. Ringdoves may fly convulsed across some high-cedared lair. But the forgotten eye is still fast lidded to the ground, as palmers that with weariness mid-desert shrine hath found. At such times the soul's a child, and childhood is the brain. Forgotten is the worldly heart, alone it beats in vain. Aye, if a madman could have leave to pass a healthful day, to tell his forehead swoon and faint when first began decay, he might make tremble many a one whose spirit had gone forth to find a bard's low cradle place about the silent north. Scanty the hour and few the steps beyond the bourne of care, beyond the sweet and bitter world, beyond it unaware. Scanty the hour and few the steps, because a longer stay would bar return and make man forget his mortal way. Oh, horrible to lose sight of well-remembered face, of brother's eyes, of sister's brow, constant to every place, filling the air as on we move with portraiture intense, more warm than those heroic tints that paint a painter's sense. When shapes of old come striding by, and visages of old, locks shining black, hair scanty gray, and passions manifold. No, no, that horror cannot be, for at the cable's length man feels the gentle anchor pull and gladdens in its strength. 1 hour, half idiot, he stands by mossy waterfall, but in the very next he reads his soul's memorial. He reads it on the mountain's height, where chance he may sit down, upon rough marble diadem, that hill's eternal crown. Yet be his anchor e'er so fast, room is there for prayer, that man may never lose his mind on mountains black and bare, that he may stray league after league some great birthplace to find, and keep his vision clear from speck, his inward sight unblind. So one about Meg, who suddenly, it's like, oh, she died a long time ago, by the way. And then the other is about seemingly the terror of losing your mind and no longer recognizing your own kin and where you've been. I admit that is one of my great fears for getting old, is that my mind would go. Probably the two things that I'm afraid of most would be losing my ability to interact with the world, and followed by that, losing my memory and sense of self and the operation of my mind. But on from those cheery thoughts, we return to Frankenstein today, and if you recall, he had gone back home because his little brother had been murdered. And he decided, apropos of nothing, that it must be the creature that he had brought to life back in the university where he was studying, in his lab. Because Why not? Let's just jump to conclusions and then accuse somebody of murder with no evidence whatsoever. Which, by the way, is why I said that he's totally Hastings. Or at least of one mind with Hastings. Although I will admit he has not randomly proposed marriage yet, but he's definitely approaching solving criminal cases the same way. And finding the suspects for murders just by what seems right to him, and defending the woman on the stand with no evidence whatsoever, even against her own confession. Although I do find it interesting that Mary Shelley approached issues of witness intimidation, or not witness intimidation, but a lack of representation in the interrogation, and threats and various forms of arm twisting in order to elicit a guilty confession, one that might be recanted later, just for the sake of solving a case, picking out the easy answer. Hear about those kind of things today. So to hear them echoed in a work of fiction from nearly, 2 centuries ago? 1818? So, yeah. 203 years ago, and we're still dealing with the same kind of problems in a lot of places around the world. Kind of makes you wonder how much progress we've actually made. Oh, I remember when I first started studying like ancient history. Like we're talking Sumeria, the Code of Hammurabi, and that kind of thing, and looking at some of like the contract law and domestic cases, marital cases, divorces, that kind of thing, and it was like, wow, this sounds like the sort of things that you'd hear in a court today, which I found really interesting. Is this is legit thousands and thousands and thousands of years ago, and some of the earliest like recordings, and there's legal briefs that would be comprehensible to modern attorneys, but they're inscribed on clay tablets. Being an intern back then must have sucked. I mean, going through all the files today is awful, but going through all the clay tablets looking for precedent and briefs and that kind of thing, and taking dictation, ugh. And just see him like taking dictation, tap, 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 tap. Or no, I suppose with the clay tablets, it wasn't chisels like it was with the runic inscriptions. It was a wet tablet with a stylus, and then it was baked to preserve it. That's what it was. I may have studied a lot of weird, obscure bits of human history, and yeah, recording techniques for various things, and why the symbols were shaped the way they were for different languages and alphabets and whatnot. Like the reason that runes in particular, since we mentioned that, are very angular and sharp is because they were chipped out of stone, and you couldn't effectively chisel curved lines very well. And so they needed sharp, angular stuff that would flake properly off the stone. Actually, typos weren't so bad with the clay tablets. They could take a straight piece and just scrape it across the top, and it would smooth it back out. So, no, typos actually weren't too bad. Now, for runic inscriptions, you basically had to start over. So, don't screw those up. or Ogham script, which was used in Ireland and Scotland and Northern Europe, but not into Scandinavia. But no, the clay tablets actually weren't too bad for typos. All right, so last week we finished the end of Volume 1 on Frankenstein. And so we were going to begin with Chapter 1 of Volume 2. And Victor Frankenstein at the end of Volume 1 was thinking that his own suffering was so much worse than the condemned Justine, who was going to have to die the next day, and thinking that her misery was nothing compared to his own. He's very caught up in himself. Again, much like Hastings. So, Chapter 1. Nothing is more painful to the human mind than, after the feelings have been worked up by a quick succession of events, the dead calmness of inaction and certainty which follows, and deprives the soul of both hope and fear. Justine died. She rested, and I was alive. The blood flowed freely in my veins, but a weight of despair and remorse pressed on my heart, which nothing could remove. Sleep fled my eyes. I wandered like an evil spirit, for I had committed deeds of mischief beyond description horrible, and more, much more, I persuaded myself, was yet behind. Yet my heart overflowed with kindness and the love of virtue. I had begun life with benevolent intentions, and thirsted for the moment when I should put them in practice, and make myself useful to my fellow beings. Now, all was blasted. Instead of that serenity of conscience which allowed me to look back upon the past with self-satisfaction, and from thence to gather promise of new hopes, I was seized by remorse and the sense of guilt, which hurried me away to a hell of intense tortures, such as no language can describe. He almost sounds like an angsty teenager, convinced of his own, inherent good and self-righteousness, but also no one could possibly suffer the way he does. Oh, sorry, I'm awful congested today. This state of mind preyed upon my health, which had entirely recovered from the first shock it had sustained. I shunned the face of man. All sound of joy or complacency was torture to me. Solitude was my only consolation. Deep, dark, death-like solitude. My father observed with pain the alteration perceptible in my disposition and habits, and endeavored to reason with me on the folly of giving way to immoderate grief. "Do you think, Victor," said he, "that I do not suffer also? No one could love a child more than I loved your brother." Tears came into his eyes as he spoke. "But is it not a duty to the survivors that we should refrain from augmenting their unhappiness by an appearance of immoderate grief? It is also a duty owed to yourself, for excessive sorrow prevents improvement or enjoyment, or even the discharge of daily usefulness, without which no man is fit for society." This advice, although good, was totally inapplicable to my case. I should have been the first to hide my grief and console my friends, if remorse had not mingled its bitterness with my other sensations. Now I could not answer my father with a look of despair, and endeavor to hide myself from his view. About this time, we retired to our house at Bellerive. This change was particularly agreeable to me. The shutting of the gates regularly at 10 o'clock, and the impossibility of remaining on the lake after that hour, had rendered our residence within the walls of Geneva very irksome to me. I was now free. Often, after the rest of the family had retired for the night, I took the boat, and passed many hours upon the water. Sometimes, with my sails set, I was carried by the wind, and sometimes, after rowing into the middle of the lake, I left the boat to pursue its own course, and gave way to my own miserable reflections. I was often tempted, when all was at peace around me, and I, the only unquiet thing that wandered restless in a scene so beautiful and heavenly, if I except some bat or the frogs, whose harsh and interrupted croaking was heard only when I approached the shore. Often, I say, I was tempted to plunge into that silent lake, that the waters might close over me and my calamities forever. Yep, saw that coming. But I was restrained when I thought of the heroic and suffering Elizabeth, whom I tenderly loved, and whose existence was bound up in mine. I thought also of my father and surviving brother. Should I, by my base desertion, leave them exposed and unprotected to the malice of the fiend whom I had let loose among them? At these moments I wept bitterly, and wished that peace would revisit my mind, only that I might afford them consolation and happiness. But that could not be. Remorse extinguished every hope. I had been the author of unalterable evils, and I lived in daily fear lest the monster whom I had created should perpetrate some new wickedness. I had an obscure feeling that all was not over, and that he would still commit some signal crime, which by its enormity should almost efface the recollection of the past. There was always scope for fear, so long as anything I loved remained behind. My abhorrence of this fiend cannot be conceived. When I thought of him, I gnashed my teeth. My eyes became inflamed, and I ardently wished to extinguish that life which I had so thoughtlessly bestowed. When I reflected on his crimes and malice, my hatred and revenge burst all bounds of moderation. I would have made a pilgrimage to the highest peak of the Andes, could I, when there, have precipitated him to their base. I wished to see him again, that I might wreak the utmost extent of anger upon his head, and avenge the deaths of William and Justine. Our house was the house of mourning. My father's health was deeply shaken by the horror of the recent events. Elizabeth was sad and desponding. She no longer took delight in her ordinary occupations. One sec. Sorry, this is not that kind of stream. I didn't figure you guys wanted to hear me blowing my nose. Relaxing mouth and nose noises. Yeah. I mean, there's some people that are into that. I don't understand, but they are. All pleasure seemed to her sacrilege toward the dead. Eternal woe and tears, she then thought, was the just tribute she should pay to innocence so blasted and destroyed. She was no longer that happy creature who in earlier youth wandered with me on the banks of the lake and talked with ecstasy of our future prospects. She had become grave and often conversed of the inconstancy of fortune and the instability of human life. Sorry, I didn't mean to gross you out, Sparky. When I reflect, dear cousin, said she, on the miserable death of Justine Moritz, I no longer see the world and its works as they appeared before me, or as they before appeared to me. Before, I looked upon the accounts of vice and injustice that I read in books or heard from others as tales of ancient days or imaginary evils. At least they were remote and more familiar to reason than to the imagination. But now, misery has come home, and men appear to me as monsters, thirsting for each other's blood. Yet I am certainly unjust. Everybody believed that poor girl to be guilty, and if she could have committed the crime for which she suffered, assuredly she would have been the most depraved of human creatures. For the sake of a few jewels, to have murdered the son of her benefactor and friend, a child whom she had nursed from its birth, and appeared to love as if it had been her own. I could not consent to the death of any human being, but certainly I should have thought such a creature unfit to remain in the society of men. Yet she was innocent. I know, I feel she was innocent. You are of the same opinion, and that confirms me. Alas, Victor, when falsehood can look so like the truth, who can assure themselves of certain happiness? I feel as if I were walking on the edge of a precipice, toward which thousands are crowding, and endeavoring to plunge me into the abyss. William and Justine were assassinated, and the murderer escapes. He walks about the world free, and perhaps respected. But even if I were condemned to suffer on the scaffold for the same crimes, I would not change places with such a wretch. You haven't blown your nose in years? What? How is that a thing? I mean, I'll grant you it's a slightly gross conversation, but okay. Like, you're not medically supposed to because of the surgery? Is that because it like builds up pressure in the head and the sinus cavities and the ears and whatnot? Sorry if I'm prying. It's just okay. I guess I can see that. I mean, I knew you had the prosthetic, but it's just not. Never occurred to me that that would be a limiting factor. I listened to this discourse with the extremest agony. I, not in deed, but in effect, was the true murderer. Elizabeth read my anguish in my countenance, and kindly taking my hand said, "My dearest cousin, you must calm yourself. These events have affected me, God knows how deeply, but I am not so wretched as you are. There is an expression of despair and sometimes of revenge in your countenance that makes me tremble. Be calm, my dear Victor. I would sacrifice my life to your peace. We surely shall be happy, quiet in our native country and not mingling in the world. What can disturb our tranquility?" She shed tears as she said this, distrusting the very solace that she gave. But at the same time she smiled, that she might chase away the fiend that lurked in my heart. My father, who saw in the unhappiness that was painted in my face only an exaggeration of that sorrow which I might naturally feel, thought an amusement suited to my taste would be the best means of restoring me to my wonted serenity. It was from this cause that he had removed to the country, and induced by the same motive, he now proposed that we should all make an excursion to the valley of Chamonix. I had been there before, but Elizabeth and Ernest never had, and both had often expressed an earnest desire to see the scenery of this place, which had been described to them as so wonderful and sublime. Accordingly, we departed from Geneva on this tour about the middle of the month of August, nearly 2 months after the death of Justine. The weather was uncommonly fine, and if mine had been a sorrow to be chased away by any fleeting circumstance, this excursion would certainly have had the effect intended by my father. As it was, I was somewhat interested in the scene. It sometimes lulled, although it could not extinguish my grief. During the first day we traveled in a carriage. In the morning we had seen the mountains at a distance, towards which we gradually advanced. We perceived that the valley through which we wound, and which was formed by the river Arve, whose course we followed, closed in upon us by degrees, and when the sun had set, we beheld immense mountains and precipices overhanging us on every side, and heard the sound of the river raging among rocks, and the dashing of waterfalls around. The next day we pursued our journey upon mules, and as we ascended still higher, The valley assumed a more magnificent and astonishing character. Ruined castles hanging on the precipices of piney mountains, the impetuous Arve and cottages everywhere, here and there, peering forth from among the trees, formed a scene of singular beauty. But it was augmented and rendered sublime by the mighty Alps, whose white and shining pyramids and domes towered above all, as belonging to another earth, the habitations of another race of beings. We passed the bridge of Pelissier, where the ravine, which the river forms, opened before us, and we began to ascend the mountain that overhangs it. Soon after we entered the valley of Chamonix. This valley is more wonderful and sublime, but not so beautiful and picturesque as that of the Cerveau, through which we had just passed. The high and snowy mountains were its immediate boundaries, but we saw no more ruined castles and fertile fields. Immense glaciers approached the road. We heard the rumbling thunder of the falling avalanche, and marked the smoke of its passage. Mont Blanc, the supreme, magnificent Mont Blanc, raised itself from the surrounding aiguilles. Not sure how to pronounce that. Means peaks, though. And its tremendous dome overlooked the valley. During this journey, I sometimes joined Elizabeth and exerted myself to point out to her the various beauties of the scene. I often suffered my mule to lag behind, and indulged in the misery of reflection. At other times I spurred on the animal before my companions, that I might forget them, the world, and, more than all, myself. When at a distance, I alighted and threw myself on the grass, weighed down by horror and despair. At 8 in the evening I arrived at Chamonix. My father and Elizabeth were very much fatigued. Ernest, who accompanied us, was delighted and in high spirits. The only circumstance that detracted from his pleasure was the south wind, and the rain it seemed to promise for the next day. We retired early to our apartments, but not to sleep. At least I did not. I remained many hours at the window, watching the pallid lightning that played above Mont Blanc, and listening to the rush of the Arve which ran below my window. In Chapter 2. The next day, contrary to the prognostications of our guides, was fine, although clouded. We visited the source of the Arve and rode about the valley until evening. These sublime and magnificent scenes afforded me the greatest consolation that I was capable of receiving. They elevated me from all littleness of feeling, and although they did not remove my grief, they subdued and tranquilized it. In some degree also, they diverted my mind from the thoughts over which it had brooded for the last month. I returned in the evening, fatigued, but less unhappy, and conversed with my family with more cheerfulness than had been my custom for some time. My father was pleased, and Elizabeth overjoyed. "My dear cousin," said she, "you see what happiness you diffuse when you are happy. Do not relapse again." The following morning the rain poured down in torrents, and thick mists hid the summits of the mountains. I rose early, but felt unusually melancholy. The rain depressed me. My old feelings recurred, and I was miserable. I knew how disappointed my father would be at this sudden change, and I wished to avoid him until I had recovered myself so far as to be enabled to conceal those feelings that overpowered me. I knew that they would remain that day at the inn, and as I had ever inured myself to rain, moisture, and cold, I resolved to go alone to the summit of Montenvert, because mountain climbing in the rain is genius. Let me tell you, do not go mountain climbing in a rainstorm, even if it's just a little light drizzle down at the bottom and you're like, oh, these other climbers don't know what they're talking about. This is no big deal. I'll just climb that volcano all by myself in the rain, which suddenly was not so much rain once I got up near the top, and was instead a howling, awful ice storm that nearly froze me to death. Not talking about Frankenstein anymore, obviously. It was my ill-fated attempt to climb a volcano. It didn't go well. Oh, yeah, totally not. Yeah, don't go mountain climbing in the rain. It's a bad plan. Bad plan, dude. I remember the effect that the view of the tremendous and ever-moving glacier had produced upon my mind when I first saw it. It had then filled me with a sublime ecstasy that gave wings to the soul and allowed it to soar from the obscure world to light and joy. The sight of the awful and majestic in nature had indeed always the effect of solemnizing my mind and causing me to forget the passing cares of life. I determined to go alone, for I was well acquainted with the path, and the presence of another would destroy the solitary grandeur of the scene. I'm not a goober. Don't call me a goober. Meanie. The ascent is precipitous, but the path is cut into continual and short windings, which enable you to surmount the perpendicularity of the mountain. It is a scene terrifically desolate. In 1,000 spots the traces of the winter avalanche may be perceived, where trees lie broken and strewed on the ground, some entirely destroyed, others bent, leaning upon the jutting rocks of the mountain, or transversely upon other trees. The path, as you ascend higher, is intersected by ravines of snow, down which stones continually roll from above. One of them is particularly dangerous, as the slightest sound, even as speaking aloud in a loud voice, produces a concussion of air sufficient to draw destruction upon the head of the speaker. The pines are not tall or luxuriant, but they are somber, and add an air of severity to the scene. I looked on the valley beneath. Vast mists were rising from the rivers which ran through it, and curling in thick wreaths around the opposite mountains, whose summits were hid in the uniform clouds, while rain poured from the dark sky, and added to the melancholy impression I received from the objects around me. Alas, why does man boast of sensibilities superior to those apparent in the brute? It only renders them more necessary beings. If our impulses were confined to hunger, thirst, and desire, we might be nearly free. But now we are moved by every wind that blows, and a chance word or scene that word may convey to us. We rest. A dream has power to poison sleep. We rise. One wandering thought pollutes the day. We feel, conceive, or reason, laugh or weep, embrace fond woe, or cast our cares away. It is the same, for be it joy or sorrow, the path of its departure still is free. Man's yesterday may ne'er be like his morrow. Naught may endure but mutability. It was nearly noon when I arrived at the top of the ascent. For some time I sat upon the rock that overlooks the sea of ice. A mist covered both that and the surrounding mountains. Presently a breeze dissipated the cloud, and I descended upon the glacier. The surface is very uneven, rising like the waves of a troubled sea, descending low and interspersed by rifts that sink deep. The field of ice is almost a league in width, but I spent nearly 2 hours in crossing it. The opposite mountain is a bare perpendicular of rock. From the side where I now stood, Montevert was exactly opposite, at the distance of a league, and above it rose Mont Blanc, in awful majesty. I remained in a recess of the rock, gazing on this wonderful and stupendous scene. The sea, or rather the vast river of ice, wound among its dependent mountains, whose aerial summits hung over its recesses. Their icy and glittering peaks shone in sunlight over the clouds. My heart, which was before sorrowful, now swelled with something like joy. I exclaimed, "Wandering spirits, if indeed you wander, and do not rest in your narrow beds, allow me this faint happiness, or take me as your companion, away from the joys of life." Better be careful, he might invoke a Shoggoth. Doesn't it kind of sound like he's wandering around the mountains of madness a little bit? Like in the Lovecraft story, I mean. For those of you that were here for that one. As I said this, I suddenly beheld the figure of a man, at some distance, advancing towards me with superhuman speed. He bounded over the crevices in the ice, among which I had walked with caution. His stature also, as he approached, seemed to exceed that of a man. I was troubled. A mist came over my eyes, and I felt a faintness seize me, but I was quickly restored by the cold gale of the mountains. I perceived, as the shape came near, sight tremendous and abhorred, that it was the wretch whom I had created. I trembled with rage and horror, resolving to wait his approach, and then close with him in mortal combat. I don't think that would go well for him. He approached. His countenance bespoke bitter anguish, combined with disdain and malignity, while its unearthly ugliness rendered it almost too horrible for human eyes. But I scarcely observed this. Anger and hatred had at first deprived me of utterance, and I recovered, only to overwhelm him with words expressive of furious detestation and contempt. "Devil!" I exclaimed. "Do you dare approach me? And do you not fear the fierce vengeance of my arm, wreaked upon your miserable head? Begone, vile insect, or rather stay, that I may trample you to dust. And oh, that I could, with the extinction of your miserable existence, restore those victims whom you have so diabolically murdered." "I expected this reception," said the demon. "All men hate the wretched. How then must I be hated, who am miserable beyond all living things? Yet you, my creator, detest and spurn me, thy creature, to whom thou art bound by ties only dissoluble by the annihilation of one of us. You purpose to kill me. How dare you sport thus with life? Do your duty towards me, and I will do mine towards you and the rest of mankind. If you will comply with my conditions, I will leave them and you at peace. But if you refuse, I will glut the maw of death until it be satiated with the blood of your remaining friends." "Abhorred monster, fiend that thou art, the tortures of hell are too mild a vengeance for thy crimes. Wretched devil, you reproach me with your creation. Come on, then, that I may extinguish the spark which I so negligently bestowed." My rage was without bounds. I sprang on him, impelled by all the feelings which can arm one being against the existence of another. He easily eluded me, and said, "Be calm. I entreat you to hear me before you give vent to your hatred on my devoted head. Have I not suffered enough that you seek to increase my misery? Life, although it may only be an accumulation of anguish, is dear to me, and I will defend it. Remember, thou hast made me more powerful than thyself. My height is superior to thine, my joints more supple, but I will not be tempted to set myself in opposition to thee. I am thy creature, and I will be even mild and docile to my natural lord and king, if thou wilt also perform thy part, which thou owest me. O Frankenstein, be not equitable to every other, and trample upon me alone, to whom thy justice and even thy clemency and affection is most due. Remember that I am thy creature. I ought to be thy Adam, but I am rather the fallen angel, whom thou drivest from joy for no misdeed. Everywhere I see bliss, from which I alone am irrevocably excluded. I was benevolent and good. Misery made me a fiend. Make me happy, and I shall again be virtuous." "Begone! I will not hear you. There can be no community between you and me. We are enemies. Begone, or let us try our own strength in a fight, in which one must fall." "How can I move thee? Will no entreaties cause thee to turn a favorable eye upon thy creature, who implores thy goodness and compassion? Believe me, Frankenstein, I was benevolent. My soul glowed with love and humanity. But am I not alone? Miserably alone. You, my creator, abhor me. What hope can I gather from your fellow creatures, who owe me nothing? They spurn and hate me. The desert mountains and dreary glaciers are my refuge. I have wandered here many days. The caves of ice, which I only do not fear, are a dwelling to me, and the only one which man does not grudge. These bleak skies I hail, for they are kinder to me than your fellow beings. If the multitude of mankind knew of my existence, they would do as you do, and arm themselves for my destruction. Shall I not then hate them who abhor me? I will keep no terms with my enemies. I am miserable, and they shall share my wretchedness. Yet it is in your power to recompense me, and deliver them from an evil which it only remains for you to make so great, that not only you and your family, but thousands of others shall be swallowed up in the whirlwinds of its rage. Let your compassion be moved, and do not disdain me. Listen to my tale. When you have heard that, abandon or commiserate me, as you shall judge that I deserve. But hear me. The guilty are allowed by human laws, bloody as they may be, to speak in their own defense before they are condemned. Listen to me, Frankenstein. You accuse me of murder, and yet you would, with a satisfied conscience, destroy your own creature. Oh, praise the eternal justice of man! Yet I ask you not to spare me. Listen to me, and then, if you can, and if you will, destroy the work of your hands. Why do you call to my remembrance circumstances of which I shudder to reflect, that I have been the miserable origin and author? Cursed be the day, abhorred devil, in which you first saw light. Cursed, although I curse myself, be the hands that formed you. You have made me wretched beyond expression. You have left me no power to consider whether I am just to you or not. Begone! Relieve me from the sight of your detested form. Thus I relieve thee, my Creator, he said, and placed his hated hands before my eyes, which I flung from me with violence. Thus I can take thee from thee a sight which you abhor. Still, thou canst listen to me, and grant me thy compassion. By the virtues I once possessed, I demand this from you. Hear my tale. It is long and strange, and the temperature of this place is not fitting to your fine sensations. Come to the hut upon the mountain. The sun is yet high in the heavens. Before it descends to hide itself beyond yon snowy precipices and illuminate another world, you will have heard my story and can decide. On you it rests, whether I quit forever the neighborhood of man and lead a harmless life, or become the scourge of your fellow creatures and the author of your own speedy ruin. As he said this, he led the way across the ice. I followed. My heart was full, and I did not answer him. But as I proceeded, I weighed the various arguments that he had used, and determined, at least, to listen to his tale. I was partly urged by my curiosity, and compassion confirmed my resolution. I had hitherto supposed him to be the murderer of my brother, and I eagerly sought a confirmation or denial of this opinion. For the first time also, I felt what the duties of a creator toward his creature were, and that I ought to render him happy before I complained of his wickedness. These motives urged me to comply with his demand. We crossed the ice, therefore, and ascended the opposite rock. The air was cold, and the rain again began to descend. We entered the hut, and the fiend with an air of exultation, I with a heavy heart and depressed spirits. But I consented to listen, and seating myself by the fire which my odious companion had lighted, he thus began his tale. And we'll pick that up after intermission. We'll take a short break. I'm going to drink another glass of tea. If you guys need to warm up your drinks or fix one up or anything like that, now would be the time. Kind of skipping around a lot with the viewpoint in this one. We've had Frankenstein's viewpoint at two different periods of time, kind of. The captain's viewpoint for the ship, and now the monster. Kind of reminds me of the House on the Borderlands that we read with the different viewpoints and the like narratives within a narrative that were going on there. Any of you guys remember that one? I don't understand why you're mad at me for that one. I didn't do anything. I just read the story. If you wanted to be mad at the author, I could understand that. I don't understand why you're angry with me. I mean, shouldn't that be a positive thing, though? That it, affected you and caused an emotional reaction? It means you're getting into and care about the story and the book and the characters, and that they've kind of like come to life for you. I mean, technically the one you cried over wasn't murdered. It passed peacefully of old age in its sleep. So, not really murdered. What's Marley and Me? Like, I've heard the title Marley and Me before, but I have no idea what it's about or anything about it, really. I did guess that there would probably be a dog involved, given that you were, comparing it. You found me a new teapot? Oh, what's it look like? That's cute. If it was green, it'd be a Cthulhu teapot. Wonder if it comes in green. There's an alligator one in green. The dolphin looks like he's stoned. So is the whale, for that matter. It's cute, though. Alright. Refill my teacup. Jump back into the story. Unless anybody still needs a minute. let's see what the creature has to say on its own behalf. Chapter 3. It is with considerable difficulty that I remember the original era of my being. All the events of that period appear confused and indistinct. A strange multiplicity of sensations seized me, and I saw, felt, heard, and smelt at the same time, and it was indeed a long time before I learned to distinguish between the operations of my various senses. By degrees, I remember, a stronger light pressed upon my nerves, so that I was obliged to shut my eyes. Darkness then came over me, and troubled me, but hardly had I felt this when, by opening my eyes, as I now suppose, the light poured in upon me again. I walked, and I believe descended, but I presently found a great alteration in my sensations. Before, dark and opaque bodies had surrounded me, impervious to my touch or sight, but I now found that I could wander on at liberty, with no obstacles which I could not either surmount or avoid. The light became more and more oppressive to me, and the heat wearying me as I walked. I sought a place where I could receive shade. This was the forest near Ingolstadt, and here I lay by the side of a brook, resting from my fatigue, until I felt tormented by hunger and thirst. This roused me from my nearly dormant state, and I ate some berries which I found hanging on the trees, or lying on the ground. I slaked my thirst at the brook, and then, lying down, was overcome by sleep. It was dark when I awoke. I felt cold also, and half frightened, as it were, instinctively, finding myself so desolate. Before I had quitted your apartment, on a sensation of cold, I had covered myself with some clothes, but these were insufficient to secure me from the dews of night. I was a poor, helpless, miserable wretch. I knew and could distinguish nothing, but feeling pain invade me on all sides, I sat down and wept. Soon, a gentle light stole over the heavens, and gave me a sensation of pleasure. I started up, and beheld a radiant form rise from among the trees. I gazed with a kind of wonder. It moved slowly, but it enlightened my path, and I again went out in search of berries. I was still cold, and when under one of the trees I found a huge cloak, with which I covered myself, and sat upon the ground. No distinct ideas occupied my mind. All was confused. I felt light and hunger and thirst and darkness. Innumerable sounds rung in my ears, and on all sides various scents saluted me. The only object that I could distinguish was the bright moon, and I fixed my eyes on that with pleasure. Several changes of day and night passed, and the orb of night had greatly lessened when I began to distinguish my sensations from each other. I gradually saw plainly the clear stream that supplied me with drink, and the trees that shaded me with their foliage. I was delighted when I first discovered that a pleasant sound, which often saluted my ears, proceeded from the throats of the little winged animals who had often intercepted the light from my eyes. I began also to observe with greater accuracy the forms that surrounded me, and to perceive the boundaries of the radiant roof of light which canopied me. Sometimes I tried to imitate the pleasant songs of the birds, but was unable. Sometimes I wished to express my sensations in my own mode, but the uncouth and inarticulate sounds which broke from me frightened me into silence once again. The moon had disappeared from the night, and again with a lessened form showed itself, while I still remained in the forest. My sensations had, by this time, become distinct, and my mind received every day additional ideas. My eyes became accustomed to the light, and to perceive objects in their right forms. I distinguished the insect from the herb, and by degrees one herb from another. I found that the sparrow uttered none but harsh notes, whilst those of the blackbird and thrush were sweet and enticing. One day, when I was oppressed by cold, I found a fire which had been left by some wandering beggars, and was overcome with delight at the warmth I experienced from it. In my joy I thrust my hand into the live embers, but quickly drew it out again with a cry of pain. How strange, I thought, that the same cause should produce such opposite effects. I examined the materials of the fire, and to my joy found it to be composed of wood. I quickly collected some branches, but they were wet and would not burn. I was pained at this, and sat still watching the operation of the fire. The wet wood which I had placed near the heat dried, and itself became inflamed. I reflected on this, and by touching the various branches, I discovered the cause, and busied myself in collecting a great quantity of wood, that I might dry it, and have plentiful supply of fire. When night came on, and brought sleep with it, I was in the greatest fear lest my fire should be extinguished. I covered it carefully with dry wood and leaves, and placed wet branches upon it, and then, spreading my cloak, I lay on the ground and sunk into sleep. It was morning when I awoke, and my first care was to visit the fire. I uncovered it, and a gentle breeze quickly fanned it into a flame. I observed this also, and contrived a fan of branches which roused the embers when they were nearly extinguished. When night came again, I found with pleasure that the fire gave light as well as heat, and that the discovery of this element was useful to me in my food, for I found some of the offals that the travelers had left had been roasted, and tasted much more savory than the berries I gathered from the trees. I tried, therefore, to dress my food in the same manner, placing it on the live embers. I found that the berries were spoiled by this operation, and that the nuts and roots much improved. Food, however, became scarce, and I often spent the whole day searching in vain for a few acorns to assuage the pains of hunger. When I found this, I resolved to quit the place I had hitherto inhabited, to seek for one where the few wants I experienced would be more easily satisfied. In this emigration, I exceedingly lamented the loss of the fire, which I had obtained through accident, and knew not how to reproduce it. I gave several hours to the serious consideration of this difficulty, but I was obliged to relinquish all attempt to supply it, and, wrapping myself up in my cloak, I struck across the wood toward the setting sun. I passed 3 days in these rambles, and at length discovered the open country. A great fall of snow had taken place the night before, and the fields were of one uniform white. The appearance was disconsolate, and I found my feet chilled by the cold, damp substance that covered the ground. It was about 7 in the morning, and I longed to obtain food and shelter. At length, I perceived a small hut on a rising ground, which had doubtless been built for the convenience of some shepherd. This was a new sight to me, and I examined the structure with great curiosity. Finding the door open, I entered. An old man sat in it near a fire, over which he was preparing his breakfast. He turned on hearing a noise, and perceiving me, shrieked loudly, and quitting the hut, ran across the fields with a speed of which his debilitated form hardly appeared capable. His appearance, different from any I had ever seen before, and his flight somewhat surprised me. But I was enchanted by the appearance of the hut. Here the snow and rain could not penetrate. The ground was dry, and it presented to me then as exquisite and divine a retreat as pandemonium appeared to the demons of hell after their sufferings in the lake of fire. I greedily devoured the remnants of the shepherd's breakfast, which consisted of bread, cheese, milk, and wine. The latter, however, I did not like. Then, overcome by fatigue, I lay down among some straw and fell asleep. It was noon when I awoke, and allured by the warmth of the sun, which shone brightly on the white ground, I determined to recommence my travels, and depositing the remains of the peasant's breakfast in a wallet I found, I proceeded across the fields for several hours, until at sunset I arrived at a village. How miraculous did this appear! The huts, the neater cottages, and stately houses engaged my admiration by turns. The vegetables in the gardens, the milk and cheese that I saw placed at the windows of some of the cottages, allured my appetite. One of the best of these I entered, but I had hardly placed my foot within the door before the children shrieked and one of the women fainted. The whole village was roused. Some fled, some attacked me, until, grievously bruised by stones and many other kinds of missile weapons, I escaped to the open country, and fearfully took refuge in a low hovel, quite bare and making a wretched appearance after the palaces I had beheld in the village. This hovel, however, joined a cottage of a neat and pleasant appearance, but after my late, dearly bought experience, I dared not enter it. My place of refuge was constructed of wood, but so low that I could with difficulty sit upright in it. No wood, however, was placed on the earth, which formed the floor, but it was dry, and although the wind entered it by the innumerable chinks, I found it an agreeable asylum from the snow and rain. Here, then, I retreated, and lay down, happy to have found a shelter, however miserable, from the inclemency of the season, and still more from the barbarity of man. As soon as morning dawned, I crept from my kennel, that I might view the adjacent cottage, and discover if I could remain in the habitation that I found. It was situated against the back of the cottage, and surrounded on the sides, which were exposed by a pigsty and a clear pool of water. One part was open, and by that I had crept in, but now I covered every crevice by which I might be perceived with stones and wood, yet in such a manner that I might move them on occasion to pass out. All the light I enjoyed came in through the sty, and that was sufficient for me. Having thus arranged my dwelling, and carpeted it with clean straw, I retired, for I saw the figure of a man at a distance, and I remembered too well my treatment the night before to trust myself in his power. I had first, however, provided for my sustenance for that day, by a loaf of coarse bread which I purloined, and a cup with which I could drink, more conveniently than from my hand, of the pure water which flowed by my retreat. The floor was a little raised, so that it was kept perfectly dry, and by its vicinity to the chimney of the cottage it was tolerably warm. Being thus provided, I resolved to reside in this hovel until something should occur which might alter my determination. It was indeed a paradise, compared to the bleak forest, my former residence, the rain-dropping branches and dank earth. I ate my breakfast with pleasure, and was about to remove a plank to procure myself a little water, when I heard a step, and looking through a small chink, I beheld a young creature with a pail on her head, passing before my hovel. The girl was young and of gentle demeanor, unlike what I have since found cottagers and farmhouse servants to be. Yet she was meanly dressed, a coarse blue petticoat and a linen jacket being her only garb. Her fair hair was plaited, but not adorned. She looked patient yet sad. I lost sight of her, and in about a quarter of an hour she returned, bearing the pail, which was now partly filled with milk. As she walked along, seemingly incommoded by the burden, a young man met her, whose countenance expressed a deeper despondence. Uttering a few sounds with an air of melancholy, he took the pail from her head, and bore it to the cottage himself. She followed, and they disappeared. Presently I saw the young man again, with some tools in his hand, cross the field behind the cottage, and the girl was also busied, sometimes in the house and sometimes in the yard. On examining my dwelling, I found that one of the windows of the cottage had formerly occupied a part of it, but the panes had been filled up with wood. In one of these was a small and almost imperceptible chink, through which the eye could just penetrate. Through this crevice, a small room was visible, whitewashed and clean, but very bare of furniture. In one corner, near a small fire, sat an old man, leaning his head on his hands in a disconsolate attitude. The young girl was occupied in arranging the cottage, but presently she took something out of a drawer which employed her hands, and she sat down beside the old man, who, taking up an instrument, began to play, and to produce sounds sweeter than the voice of the thrush or the nightingale. It was a lovely sight, even to me, poor wretch, who had never beheld aught beautiful before. The silver hair and benevolent countenance of the aged cottager won my reverence, while the gentle manners of the girl enticed my love. He played a sweet, mournful air, which I perceived drew tears from the eyes of his amiable companion, of which the old man took no notice, until she sobbed audibly. He then pronounced a few sounds, and the fair creature, leaving her work, knelt at his feet. He raised her and smiled with such kindness and affection that I felt sensations of a peculiar and overpowering nature. They were a mixture of pain and pleasure such as I had never before experienced, either from hunger or cold, warmth or food, and I withdrew from the window, unable to bear these emotions. Soon after this, the young man returned, bearing on his shoulders a load of wood. The girl met him at the door, helped to relieve him of his burden, and, taking some of the fuel into the cottage, placed it on the fire. Then she and the youth went apart into a nook of the cottage, and he showed her a large loaf and a piece of cheese. She seemed pleased, and went into the garden for some roots and plants, which she placed in water, and then upon the fire. She afterwards continued her work, whilst the young man went into the garden, and appeared busily employed in digging and pulling up roots. After he had been employed thus about an hour, the young woman joined him, and they entered the cottage together. The old man had, in the meantime, been pensive, but on the appearance of his companions, he assumed a more cheerful air, and they sat down to eat. The meal was quickly dispatched. The young woman was again occupied in arranging the cottage. The old man walked before the cottage in the sun for a few minutes, leaning on the arm of the youth. Nothing could exceed in beauty the contrast between these two excellent creatures. One, with silver hairs and a countenance beaming with benevolence and love. The younger was slight and graceful in his features, and his features were molded with the finest symmetry. Yet his eyes and attitude expressed the utmost sadness and despondency. The old man returned to the cottage, and the youth, with tools different from those he had used in the morning, directed his steps across the field. Night quickly shut in, but, to my extreme wonder, I found that the cottagers had a means of prolonging light by the use of tapers, and was delighted to find that the setting of the sun did not put an end to the pleasure I experienced in watching my human neighbors. In the evening, the young girl and her companion were employed in various occupations which I did not understand, and the old man again took up the instrument, which produced the divine sounds that had enchanted me in the morning. So soon as he had finished, the youth began, not to play, but to utter sounds that were monotonous, and neither resembling the harmony of the old man's instrument or the song of the birds. I since found that he read aloud, but at that time I knew nothing of the science of words or letters. The family, after having been thus occupied for a short time, extinguished their lights and retired, as I conjectured, to rest. I lay on my straw, but I could not sleep. I thought of the occurrences of the day. What chiefly struck me was the gentle manners of these people, and I longed to join them, but dared not. I remembered too well the treatment that I had suffered the night before from the barbarous villagers, and resolved, whatever course of conduct I might hereafter think it right to pursue, that for the present I would remain quietly in my hovel, watching and endeavoring to discover the motives which influenced their actions. The cottagers arose the next morning before the sun. The young woman arranged the cottage and prepared the food, and the youth departed after the first meal. This day was passed in the same routine as that which preceded it. The young man was constantly employed out of doors, and the girl in various laborious occupations within. The old man, who I soon perceived to be blind, employed his leisure hours on his instrument, or in contemplation. Nothing could exceed the love and respect which the younger cottagers exhibited towards their venerable companion. They performed towards him every little office of affection and duty with gentleness, and he rewarded them by his benevolent smiles. They were not entirely happy. The young man and his companion often went apart and appeared to weep. I saw no cause for their unhappiness, but I was deeply affected by it. If such lovely creatures were miserable, it was less strange that I, an imperfect and solitary being, should be wretched. Yet, why were these gentle beings unhappy? They possessed a delightful house, for such it was to my eyes, and every luxury. They had a fire to warm them when chill, and delicious viands when hungry. They were dressed in excellent clothes, and still more, they enjoyed one another's company and speech, interchanging every day looks of affection and kindness. What did their tears imply? Did they really express pain? I was at first unable to solve these questions, but perpetual attention and time explained to me many appearances which were at first enigmatic. A considerable period elapsed before I discovered one of the causes of the uneasiness of this amiable family. It was poverty, and they suffered that evil in a very distressing degree. Their nourishment consisted entirely of the vegetables of their garden and the milk of one cow, who gave very little during the winter, when its masters could scarcely procure food to support it. They often, I believed, suffered the pangs of hunger very poignantly, especially the two younger cottagers, for several times they placed food before the old man, when they reserved none for themselves. This trait of kindness moved me sensibly. I had been accustomed during the night to steal a part of their store for my own consumption, but when I found that in doing this I inflicted pain on the cottagers, I abstained, and satisfied myself with berries, nuts, and roots, which I gathered from a neighboring wood. I discovered also another means through which I was enabled to assist their labors. I found that the youth spent a great part of each day in collecting wood for the family fire, and during the night I often took his tools, the use of which I quickly discovered, and brought home firing sufficient for the consumption of several days. I remember the first time that I did this, the young woman, when she opened the door in the morning, appeared greatly astonished on seeing a great pile of wood on the outside. She uttered some words in a loud voice, and the youth joined her, who also expressed surprise. I observed with pleasure that he did not go to the forest that day, but spent it in repairing the cottage and cultivating the garden. By degrees I made a discovery of still greater moment. I found that these people possessed a method of communicating their experience and feelings to one another by articulate sounds. I perceived that the words they spoke sometimes produced pleasure or pain, smiles or sadness in the minds and countenances of the hearers. This was indeed a godlike science, and I ardently desired to become acquainted with it. But I was baffled in every attempt I made for this purpose. Their pronunciation was quick, and the words they uttered, not having any apparent connection with visible objects, I was unable to discover any clue by which I could unravel the mystery of their reference. By great application, however, and after having remained during the space of several revolutions of the moon in my hovel, I discovered the names that were given to some of the most familiar objects of discourse. I learned and applied the words fire, milk, bread, and wood. I learned also the names of the cottagers themselves. The youth and his companion had each of them several names, but the old man had only one, which was father. The girl was called sister, or Agatha, and the youth Felix, brother, or son. I cannot describe the delight I felt when I learned the ideas appropriated to each of these sounds, and was able to pronounce them. I distinguished several other words, without being as yet able to understand or apply them, such as good, dearest, or unhappy. Hello, Truth to Life. How are you? Welcome. Been a while since I've seen you. I spent the winter in this manner. The gentle manners and beauty of the cottagers greatly endeared them to me. When they were unhappy, I felt depressed. When they rejoiced, I sympathized in their joys. I saw few human beings beside them, and if any other happened to enter the cottage, their harsh manners and rude gait only enhanced me to the superior accomplishments of my friends. The old man, I could perceive, often endeavored to encourage his children, as sometimes I found that he called to them to cast off their melancholy. He would talk in a cheerful accent, with an expression of goodness that bestowed pleasure even upon me. Agatha listened with respect, her eyes sometimes filled with tears, which she endeavored to wipe away unperceived. But I generally found that her countenance and tone were more cheerful after having listened to the exhortations of her father. It was not thus with Felix. He was always the saddest of the group, and, even to my unpracticed senses, he appeared to have suffered more deeply than his friends. But if his countenance was more sorrowful, his voice was more cheerful than that of his sister, especially when he addressed the old man. I could mention innumerable instances which, although slight, marked the dispositions of these amiable cottagers. In the midst of poverty and want, Felix carried with pleasure to his sister the first little white flower that peeped out from beneath the snowy ground. Early in the morning, before she had risen, he cleared away the snow that obstructed her path to the milk-house, drew water from the well, and brought the wood from the outhouse, where, to his perpetual astonishment, he found his store always replenished by an invisible hand. In the day, I believe, he worked sometimes for a neighboring farmer, because he often went forth and did not return until dinner, yet brought no wood with him. At other times he worked in the garden, but, as there was little to do in the frosty season, he read to the old man and to Agatha. This reading had puzzled me extremely at first, but by degrees I discovered that he uttered many of the same sounds when he read as when he talked. I conjectured, therefore, that he found on the paper signs for speech which he understood, and I ardently longed to comprehend these also. But how was that possible, when I did not even understand the sounds for which they stood as signs? I improved, however, sensibly in this science, but not sufficiently to follow up any kind of conversation, although I applied my whole mind to the endeavor, for I easily perceived that, although I eagerly longed to discover myself to the cottagers, I ought not to make the attempt until I had first become master of their language, which knowledge might enable me to make them overlook the deformity of my figure. For with this also the contrast perpetually presented to my eyes had made me acquainted. I had admired the perfect forms of my cottagers, their grace, beauty, and delicate complexions. But how was I terrified when I viewed myself in a transparent pool? At first, I started back, unable to believe that it was indeed I who was reflected in the mirror. And when I became fully convinced that I was in reality the monster that I am, I was filled with the bitterest sensations of despondence and mortification. Alas, I did not yet entirely know the fatal effects of this miserable deformity. As the sun became warmer and the light of day longer, the snow vanished, and I beheld the bare trees and the black earth. From this time Felix was more employed, and the heart-moving indications of impending famine disappeared. Their food, as I afterwards found, was coarse, but it was wholesome, and they procured a sufficiency of it. Several new kinds of plants sprung up in the garden, which they dressed, and these signs of comfort increased daily as the season advanced. The old man, leaning on his son, walked each day at noon, when it did not rain, as I found it was called when the heavens poured forth its waters. This frequently took place, but a high wind quickly dried the earth, and the season became far more pleasant than it had been. My mode of life in my hovel was uniform. During the morning I attended the motions of the cottagers, and when they were dispersed in various occupations I slept. The remainder of the day was spent in observing my friends. When they had retired to rest, if there was any moon, or the night was starlight, I went into the woods and collected my own food and fuel for the cottage. When I returned, as often as it was necessary, I cleared their path from the snow, and performed those offices that I had seen done by Felix. I afterwards found that these labors, performed by an invisible hand, greatly astonished them, and once or twice I heard them on these occasions utter the words, "good spirit," "wonderful," but I did not then understand the significance of these terms. My thoughts now became more active, and I longed to discover the motives and feelings of these lovely creatures. I was inquisitive to know why Felix appeared so miserable, and Agatha so sad. I thought, foolish wretch, that it might be in my power to restore happiness to these deserving people. When I slept or was absent, the forms of the vulnerable blind father, the gentle Agatha, and the excellent Felix flitted before me. I looked upon them as superior beings who would be the arbiters of my future destiny. I formed in my imagination 1,000 pictures of presenting myself to them and their reception of me. I imagined that they would be disgusted, until by my gentle demeanor and conciliating words I should first win their favor, and afterwards their love. These thoughts exhilarated me, and led me to apply with fresh ardor to the acquiring the art of language. My organs were indeed harsh but supple, and although my voice was very unlike the soft music of their tones, yet I pronounced such words as I understood with tolerable ease. It was as the ass and the lapdog, yet surely the gentle ass, whose intentions were affectionate, although his manners were rude, deserved better treatment than blows and extrication. The pleasant showers and genial warmth of spring greatly altered the aspect of the earth. Men, who before this change seemed to have been hid in caves, dispersed themselves and were employed in various arts of cultivation. The birds sang in more cheerful notes, and the leaves began to bud forth on the trees. Happy, happy earth, fit habitation for gods, which so short a time before was bleak, damp, and unwholesome. My spirits were elevated by the enchanting appearance of nature. The past was blotted from my memory. The present was tranquil, and the future gilded by bright rays of hope and anticipations of joy. All right. That's the end of that chapter. Oh. So I'm thinking that the creature's introduction to the family is not going to go well. Though I do find it interesting that in the relatively short time frame that he is live, he acquired such a mastery of language. I mean, honestly, he's got to be brilliant. Although it does seem like his account, the speech, is more archaic than when Victor's the point of view character. Which is kind of interesting. Oh, anyway, we're going to close the book reading there for today and shift over to playing some Magic, as we have started playing Magic on Fridays and Saturdays after the reading. And we'll pick up Frankenstein again on next Friday. Tomorrow will be Nicholas Nickleby. So thank you all for joining me for the readings. And if you enjoyed it and you haven't already, please do click that follow button and join the Discord. You can interact with us, hang out, play games, request books to read, discuss the books that we have been reading, all that kind of thing in the Discord. There's more than a few cool people there, including Vela, who's absolutely magnificent. But I am going to jump into the Discord and be hanging out in there. If any of you want to come join, hang out while we play some Magic. And if you've got Magic or you want to download it, I'll be happy to do some challenge matches with anybody. Use TeamSpeak too. Yeah, I don't know anybody who tried to hang on to TeamSpeak instead of switching over to Discord. Fought it tooth and nail. That doesn't sound like a familiar story at all. All right. Well, if you do happen to join the Discord, I will be in the Cozy Chair channel, and I hope you guys join me. And give me just a moment while I switch stuff over. Also kidnapped the Batman. Yep, all the kidnappings, Batman. Alright, let's see. Load magic. Sorry about the time delay on the talking, by the way, Batman. There's a short time delay in Twitch that I can't get rid of. But if I try to do the push to talk and talk in Discord and on Twitch, it ends up with this nasty echo, and it's a pain in the butt. Switch over to our gameplay stream. And Vela doesn't have to remind me this time. I'll go ahead and change us over to the mature stream, as we are so mature here. Super duper mature. Alright, we're switched over, Vela. And let's change the stream title. I don't suppose you have magic, do you, Batman? We should load it up. Okay. I'll do a quick warm-up match. And that's all right. If you look on the stream here in just a second, it'll have my friend ID. Do you see it? Okay, you got it? If anybody else watching wants to add me as a friend, grab it off the screen and send me the request. All right, let's see. It's not a trap. Also, they can't hear you. It doesn't matter if you do the whisper. They still can't hear you unless they jump into Discord. Until then, they just hear a one-sided conversation. Probably is for the best. I know what goes in your mouth. What do you mean there's no one in the Discord, Vela? I'm sitting right here with Batman and he's talking to me. Trying to make me sound like I'm crazy. I mean, it's felt like that a couple times when you disappear for a while. I know, you disappear every time there's a girl. So does that mean you're single again? Okay. All right. Well, congrats. It's a big step. Hopefully that means good things. I hate this guy so much. He has, look at that. He has Mecha Godzilla. I'm freaking jealous. I want Mecha Godzilla. It's not fair. It's so not fair. And now I'm gonna have to kill it. I can't believe he's gonna make me kill it. Boop the nose. So, this deck that I'm playing, the concept on it should not come as any surprise to you. Generally, it makes it so if they kill my creatures or attack, it does a bunch of damage to them, gives me life, and then all my life gain also damages them again. So, the deck helps them kill themselves. There was a match the other day that was absolutely hilarious. So there was this guy that, hey Vela, welcome to the channel. There was this guy, he had like 40, or he had 17 life, and what did you do? Exiled him. Oh, that's dirty. That card would have come back from the dead if you hadn't exiled it. So, anyway, this guy was giving me lots of grief, and he kept spamming good game, good game, good game, because he had a whole bunch of really strong creatures. But I had Raven's Revenge and Veto up. Ooh, Questing Beast, that's cool. I haven't seen that card before. And so finally, he gets really cocky and aggressive and just attacks with everything he's got, right? And so I'm doing 2 damage to him before combat resolves for each creature he decided to attack. And as his life is just ticking down, 1 point at a time, he goes, oops. Anyway, I just fucking died. It was hilarious. But yeah, after all that spamming of good game, good game, good game, and then it's oops. I mean, the deck I'm playing right now isn't actually very good. It's not balanced. It doesn't have the right ratio of like lands and shit. Boop the nose. That doesn't surprise me. He's trying to be what? Hmm. Generally, the green decks are not too scary for me. How many questing beasts does he have? Wow. Ouch. He smacked me. Yes, definitely at least two. I actually picked up on that, Bella. I definitely noticed that he had a minimum of two. But, thanks for making sure that I was aware of that. Really appreciate the clarification there. Hmm. May end up regretting this, but we'll see. Oh. Alright. Activate ability. Go attack that dude. Get rid of some of those loyalty counters. Alright. That gave me 3 life, so the patrician will do 3 damage. What's the matter, Batman? Why the oh fucks? Are you doing like the color challenge or something? Ah, that's gonna hurt. That questing beast's gotta go. Let's see if I can get... because it's unblockable by creatures with power 2 or less. So that may seem a little silly to kill that 1/1, but it lets me draw a card, and right now I really need a card. I have 4, 6, 2 more land to make that thing work. By the way, Batman, send me that friend invite. And that's game. Rip. Because it's all about booping the nose, man. What do we have in the store? Apparently nothing in the store. Alright. Are we going to go 0 for 3? Or can we win one finally? Have you heard from Hey, there's a Drea in here. Hey, Drea. Stop blocking. That sounds like bad advice to tell them to stop blocking. I mean, I can kind of understand. Maybe it's just really painful playing against you? I don't know. I mean, his could always be worse. Dude, I had somebody with 42 life concede to me. Congrats. Shoot. That didn't work very well. Yeah. There's 5 damage. That's alright. I'm gonna make a mammoth pie. Like, as an error when you try to friend me? That's weird. Are you sure you typed it in right? Sure. Just type it into the Discord. If you would, please. Okay. Okay, doke. I mean, it should. I don't think I have any image restrictions on the general channel. Ew. I don't like that card. That card's gross. Alex! Hello, Alex. I couldn't block because the Tavern Swindler was tapped. If it's tapped, you can't block. Alright, let's see. Alright, sent. Shit. Man, I am just not getting any of the coin flips this time. So how are you, Alex? How's your stream going? Are you streaming right now? Are you even here? I need this card. So Logan, I've only been playing this for just under 3 weeks now, but I've gotten to platinum. Still haven't seen like all the new cards. I don't even know all the mechanics right now. And they're introducing like multiple new mechanics in the update in like 2 weeks. Probably gonna regret that. Have your what? One, two, three, four. Alright, I might be able to pull off a win on this one. Yep, I should be able to. Unless he gains life, I can... Yep. All right. Yes! Pulled it off. So that lithoform engine Batman can copy like triggered abilities. He only had 6 life left, and that flying vampire card, if I gain at least 3 life, will do 3 damage. So I just duplicated that ability, and that took out his last 6 life. Victory is mine. What'd I get? Blood aspirant. Alright. You ready to play a match? This is for fun. It doesn't matter who wins. Okay. Like 5-10 minutes almost over, or like 30 seconds almost over. It's gonna take forever. I'll play one more match. I'm gonna bet that takes a little bit. A taco too far. I've gone a taco too far before. Anybody else gone a taco too far before? Mm-hmm. That's the name of the guy I'm playing in this match, is a taco too far. I'm thinking of like you've had a fair amount of alcohol and eat tacos and you're like, oh, these tacos are really good, and you order just a few more than you really should. All right. I really don't like that protein thaumaturge. I mean, I'd like it if I had it, but I don't like it when my opponents have it. It's gross. I scared him out of attacking. Rough. Get rid of that. Get my creature back. Let's get a veto out. Aw, he wouldn't let me have veto. That's no fun. Are you winning? Rip. Rip. Let's see. Uh, well, that was totally pointless. He attacked with a 2/2, which dealt 2 damage to him and gave me 2 life. So all he did was hit himself for 2. Was the point. Come on, attack again. It'll go even better this time. Ouch. You just milled half my library. That's not nice. Well, I mean, I have a bigger than normal deck, so I still have 40 some cards. It'll suck if he keeps doing it. Come on, attack me. Do it. Yeah, it's probably worth it. Okay. That was weird. but all right. Uh, you watching this? It's glorious, isn't it? Nope. He just committed suicide. I told you, my deck helps them kill themselves. That's not even like the most gruesome this deck gets. Alright, ready to play? Challenge. I challenge you, sir. It's just for fun. By the way, if anybody in chat wants to get in on this and do a challenge match with me or whatever, just hang out in the Discord. There's the Discord link, and you can add me on Magic, and I'll be happy to play anybody. That was a lot of land to start with. Aw, he didn't like that ghoul. That's too bad. I like lifelink. You're not still watching my stream, are you? I mean, do you have direct damage in this deck? Or is this like the Stomp deck? The Stomp deck, I'm pretty sure, has some fun cards in it that will double the power of a creature. And you can play multiple and get an exponential increase. Okay. It does make it really important to block your creatures. I know, I've played that deck for a bit. That deck actually got me to... I think it got me to gold. Which is pretty good. What? Don't make my card go away. I like my card. It's a nice card. You can still exile. Exile. Or once it becomes a creature, you can enchant it or do things that give it like minus X counters. Given that it actually took out your warden as well, can't attack if you don't have another like 4/4. Yeah, pretty good. Those ghouls are amazing. Every time you gain 3 or more life in a turn, they pop out of the graveyard back onto the battlefield. So it doesn't matter if they're discarded or killed or whatever, they just keep coming back. And then I can also use them to draw cards. Which is really, really nice. Oh, let's see. What to do. It also does damage to you. Heals me, pluses up those creatures. It's a wonderful little synergy. Ah, man. Lost the coin flip. Oh well. Need to actually do like the calculations on that Tavern Swindler, whether it comes out to like neutral on average or positive on average. So, Given the kind of stuff I used to do when we played H1Z1, does this deck seem like my style? Man. I used to have a lot of fun with landmines in H1Z1. You could put them under the front axle of cars, and they couldn't be seen from outside the car, and the proximity trigger was too short for you to like walk around the car and set it off. So it would only go off once you actually got inside the car. And there was this nifty little bug where if you died inside a car, your bag would be deleted and all your stuff would be gone. You couldn't go back and like pick up your dropped loot. It would just vanish, poof. And so I was doing this so often that people were reporting it as bugs to the developers. Because they were like, the cars are bugged, they just keep blowing up. Fucking died. By the way, if any of you ever played H1Z1 back in the day and played on the... Oh, what was the name of the server? Do you remember? Yeah. It was like one of the most popular ones. It was an A name, I know that. And it was the one that like the actual devs would come play on sometimes. Anyway, if you played on that one, like, I don't know, some, not affliction, but something like that. And I blew you up. I'm not sorry. And I hope you had fun with it. Mine? Maybe a little. I mean, you saw that guy kill himself, and I don't think he even realized that he was killing himself. If I had Veto out, it wouldn't matter if you blocked this guy or not because he's got the lifelink. You'd take that much damage. Well, if there's a trample counter on it, then you would take all the trample damage plus all the damage inflicted doubled because of the lifelink, because I would gain that much life. And Veto deals damage equal to the life you gain. One of the games I was playing, somebody had slapped, it's like Blessing of the Light or something like that, which gives you +1/+1 counters equal to the amount of life you gain. So every time I gained life, it would grow a whole bunch. Now that should have been like a turn 1 play for you. Are you going to attack with everything? Needed to do that to one of the trample creatures. Uh-huh. You didn't want to play it out. I don't blame you. It's fine. I don't blame you, man. It's a fun concept and I like it. And there's other decks that people use that are kind of similar, but they're not as flexible in terms of being able to get rid of other people's creatures, resetting the board for a reversal, that kind of thing. But I'm just not quite happy with the like mana creature all that ratio. It doesn't play quite the way I want it to. But if you're looking right now, you see one land, but this is also a land, and this is also a land. So I could play it as either the spell or the land. This is that veto card I was talking about. Isn't that gross? Well, and then I got the lithoform engine, which lets me duplicate a triggered ability. So I can duplicate his ability. It's pretty great. Yeah, that Twitch loot. Have you found anything like useful in it? Because I don't even bother looking at it anymore because I haven't seen anything nice. Hmm. Well, I don't play Apex. I don't play League. I don't play any of those, so that's probably part of it. All right. By the way, have you gotten tabletop? Get Tabletop Simulator. We were playing. It's kind of like it's like a physics engine for emulating tabletop board games, and you can download like any board game you want from the workshop. It's really cool. We were playing Uno the other day, although random, like kept messing my cards up, flipping them around, and flipping the table. Yes, you can flip the table. You can throw a temper tantrum and flip the table, and the table flips. Pieces go everywhere. Your grandmother flipped the table? That is hilarious. Grandma, check. Oh, you think it's check? Whoosh, table goes. Oh God, I'm picturing it. That's amazing. That's amazing. I love it. I believe it. That's awesome. She flipped it on a 7-year-old. Oh man. Because of course you did. It's a remote boop. I tap the soul mender and it remote boops him. Flip a coin. I gain 6 life. They lose 6 life. It's good, right? I've got a second one, so next turn I get to do that twice. So it's possible I could take out like 13 life in one go. This is a pet. I have no idea which pet it is, but it's a pet. It's just decorative. Spend a bunch of money. Get a decorative pet. After this match... After this match, remind me I'll pop into the store and show you the pets. Have a backup veto in case he kills that one. Alright. Let's see what we can do. Come on. Coin flip. Yes. Come on. Coin flip. Yes. Crying emoji. Oh, that's great. Nope. It's remote booping. It's even worse when I get... I like it, though. I can actually kill Mildex with this deck. And the Scoot Swarm decks... Oh, the Scoot Swarm decks hate this one. Because I get those Ravens revenges out, and they want to go attack with, their 135 freaking Scoot Swarms. And it doesn't matter because the Raven's revenge damage gets applied before it does the combat damage. So they're just doing 135 or 270 damage or whatever to themselves. Hello, Vela. They're gonna be mad at this. Good game, dude. Tap. What? Oh, you ass. He conceded instead of letting the damage resolve. He conceded as it was about to do the killing damage. He was like, nope, I'm a suicide instead of letting you kill me. Oh, I kind of feel a little bad. No, I don't. No, I don't. I really don't. I don't. Dude, I might actually get platinum too. Addictus. Latin for God, I need a drink. Starting hand. Tavern Swindler. Veto. Veto. Revenge of Ravens. Nope. I can see how this one's gonna go. Creatures, creatures. Who needs creatures? Alright, so if I get a land, I'll throw Revitalize after Veto. But if I don't get a third land, I'll throw this after the Tavern Swindler. That way, in case on the turn right after I play Tavern Swindler, if I get a land, I can play Veto. Me? A lot. That's rough. Yeah, it's the mill decks with Ugin that I really dislike. So Ugin can remove counters and exile all permanents that have converted casting cost X or less. So like he could do exile everything that costs 7 mana or less. What? I don't want... No, not really. Okay. Let's draw a card. Cool. I've done that a couple times. This deck can do that. This is one guy that conceded because like the first 4 or 5 turns, I just removed every single thing that he played. It didn't matter what he did. He played something down, instantly it was gone. He's just like, fuck this. More than mine? Well, what you need is cards that will recycle your graveyard back into your library. Didn't make the coin flip. Oh well. What is that card? Man, that sucked. Oh well, guess I'm gonna block veto, or block with veto. Ouch. That was nice. Snuck that trample card in there. I mean, I hate losing it, but that was a nice little victory he pulled out. Well, I mean, I would have killed him the next turn, assuming I made the coin flip anyway, if you hadn't done that. So it was a pretty close game. Oh, hey, Batman. Logan, look at the card I'm highlighting on my screen right now. See that ability right there that I'm pointing at? 3 mana, target player gains 5 life. Yeah, it's gruesome. And there's that Light of Promise I was talking about with the 1/1s for every life gained. Well, one thing that I have noticed from like the old school Magic that I played ages ago and now is that they've basically completely given up on the idea of trying to balance any of these cards. It's just like they don't give a shit. Love it. 1 mana card to get rid of a 2/2 creature. It's like, get the fuck out of here. Boop the nose. By the way, anything below, like 4 damage and below, is a boop. Anything above that is a bop. Mana of Death. Or Man of Death. I thought it was Mana of Death. I think Mana of Death would be a cooler name. Kind of a weird flex, but okay. Sure. Man, I'm just not getting these coin flips today. Huh. Hmm. Fingers crossed. Yes! He didn't block, so I used my life gain one after the block. Aww. That was nice. You killed my veto. Can't be having that shit. That's alright. He's dead. Did you see that play with Vito though, Batman? So I attacked him with Vito. He decided not to block and let it through. And Vito had that enchantment that adds power and toughness equal to the life you gain. So after he decided not to block, but before damage was calculated, I went ahead and used the gambler to do a coin flip. I won, so I gained 6 life. So Vito became a like 10-14 creature. Did 10 damage to him, and then did 6 more damage from the life gain. Took him all the way down to 2 hit points. And then I had a damage spell in my hand. So it didn't matter that he killed Vito, because I just killed him with the damage spell. Oh, now if I can just get like the card balance right. Yeah, what the hell. Let's go for it. Alright. Get my little soul mender out. Oh, that's kind of a cool background. It's almost like a little Cthulhu. I'm sure it's not, but kind of looks like it. Alright, give me a swamp. And boop the nose. Boop. Boop it just loot. That was nice. You out there, you out there. Let's attack. Boop the nose. Heliod right now would be like perfect. He did not like that. Play another swamp. It's gonna be fun to see if I can keep my stuff on the board long enough to actually affect him. Are you still fighting that? Oh, he exiled it. Asshole. Anything to keep me from attacking, huh? Okay. Come on, coin flip. Yes! Burn your cards, dude. Burn them all. I don't think he's gonna like me here in a second. Come on, coin flip. Damn it. Oh well. It's worth a shot. Do not like the Fury. Really don't like that Teferi card. No, good game, dude. That was gross. Direct damage plus all those returns and counters. Ugh. Max. You look familiar, Max. So swamp, plains. Hope I get a card. Use these to take out early creatures. Probably should have mulliganed that hand. Oh well. Come on. Anything decent. Need more of these enchantments. That way I'll hurt him every time they kill my token creatures. You have 2 mana. The decision cannot be that hard. Seriously. Stop watching porn, play the game. I'm gonna be mana screwed. How is a green deck mana screwed? I understand mine's all jacked up. How is a green deck mana screwed? That didn't even make sense. You still keeping up with New World, Batman? I heard they added a lot more stuff to crafting and made the materials locations make more sense for like node harvesting and shit. Well, they're doing the closed alpha. I was signed up for it. I actually realized that it was not my main email account that it was linked to. So I dug out the password and went to my old email account. Aww, you destroyed my patrician? That wasn't nice. So I went searching through the old email account because I was so afraid that like I'd gotten an alpha invite months ago and had missed out on it because I didn't ever check that account. But there was nothing. No invites. Not sure if that's a good or a bad thing. course, it'd suck playing it under an NDA, not being able to play with any of you. That'd blow. It's kind of cool that I had like the constellation thing that popped up when I played that. It's a Dilo! Fucking Dilos. Oh, it's so ornery. I wonder if it's got Nedry's glasses. Let's kill it and find out. See if it drops them. I swear since Ark, there's just dinos everywhere. Everybody was like, oh my god, people like Ark. We need to put dinos in all of our games. There's even Paraceratheriums in this one. Go away, you. I said go away. Yeah, like that. And boop the nose. Big guy. I don't like that big guy. Really don't like that he has trample. There's not really anything I can do about it though. Well, let's see what happens. Oh, hell no. This is a gross card, Batman. Whenever this thing attacks, it gets +1/+1 for every land under your control, and it has trample. It's super fucking gross. Unfortunately, I'm just not getting any of my creature cards like Bake Into a Pie or Shadow the Sky or any of that. None of my control stuff. This isn't going to end well for me. I think this might be game right here. Let's see, 6, 7, 12, 18. Not quite. Almost game, not quite. If I can draw a board wipe, I'll be alright. But I kind of don't see that happening. Alright, fingers crossed for board wipe. Give me a shadow the sky. That was not a shadow the sky. Not helpful. Dude, resolve whatever ability you have to be worried about. Dude. Why didn't you play that last turn? That shit annoys me when they clearly have a way to end the game and then they don't, and they just let it hang. Would have gave the guy credit for a good victory until he pulled that shit. This is rude. Hey, his name's the Real Bats. Apparently he's the real Batman. What are your thoughts on that, Batman? That's what he says. That's not what I heard. I heard he's the real deal. Boop. Boop the nose. Fucking Scoot Swarm. See that shit? Say goodbye, Scoot Swarm. There we go. all the synergies. This guy's like a smaller version of Vito. He'll only do 3 damage and only if you've gained 3 life. Yeah, I don't like that card. See, I don't need Vito. I don't need Ravens. This is an awesome card right here. Talking about broken bullshit. Any creatures you control that are forest lands in addition to their other types. So you can tap any creature for mana. What? Lame. Let me at least do the last bit of damage. See that shit? What do I got? Okay. Risk it. I like having a board clear on hand. Do I get to boop? Or do you sacrifice your caryatid? Caryatid. Blah. I can never say that one. So did you move into her place or did she move into your place, Batman? Go. Maybe I should have mulliganed. Cheaper's not always better. It's kind of a cool card. Except it takes place of your draw. Yes, mana. This board clear is not going to do a lot good without any white mana. Oh, that's not nice. Completely fucking mana screwed this game. Oops. Alright. If I ever get only one color of mana again in my hand and I say I'm not going to mulligan, somebody smack me. That was stupid. That was really stupid. Wow. So, I know you guys can't hear the Discord, but instantly, all three people that have been sitting in here being so fucking quiet were like, hey, give me your address. I'll do it. I'll do it. All the volunteers to smack me. I can definitely feel the love. So much fucking love. You said nah? Oh, okay. My bad. Panda is not going to smack me. Panda's probably not going to smack me. It's mostly Vela going to smack me. You can't be bothered to smack me. I'm not important enough. Okay. All right. You have other things to do too? Okay. All right. Come on, give me Griffin. Yes, Griffin. What's that thing? That's kind of gross. That's cute. He's got a veto deck just like I do. Now he's afraid to attack. Okay. Oh, let's see. Give up the Cub Warden, or do you take the damage? You take the damage. All right. Cute. I think this guy might be in trouble. What do you guys think? No? That was his veto, by the way. Not mine. Ah, could at least let me do the death blow, dude. Man. Freaking bummer. Alright, I need to take a quick break and go use the head. I'll be back in like 5 minutes. We'll start a clock real quick. Probably less than 5 minutes though, really. But I'll be right back. See, not even 5 minutes. Oh, you should definitely have wine, Bella. Definitely. All the wine. I want some wine too. Or some mead. Mead would be good. It's because it's wine time. Well, obviously it's time for wine. Definitely don't have sour grapes if you expect me to drink wine. Oh, mulligan. I was tempted for about half a second. And then I was like, nope, I'm going to get smacked if I do it. Alright. What am I getting rid of? No, that's not exactly what I meant. Visiting is fine. Smacking is less fine. Bad meat is tragic. Have you had bad meat, Sparky? I feel like there might be a story here. Red white deck. Haven't seen one of these in a while. Clearly. You can always tell the people that have been hanging out like around us for a bit because they'll switch from using obviously to using things like clearly or definitely or naturally. Yes. Lots. So much. What are you looking at buying? That's cute. This is going to be a cool combo. I'm going to throw this on the patrician and then cast that. And I'm going to pop out 2 griffins and make it so the patrician will activate himself and the griffins. Be a cute little synergy. One off-brand of Moscato. I don't like him and his pacifism. It's bullshit. Fine. Alright. Double boop. Also, more griffins and take more damage. Suck it. Ruining my play with my indulging patrician. Jackass. I wonder if he thought pacifism neutralized the ability of the patrician. I like Moscato, but I like Moscato d'Asti better. A bit of the bubblies. And it's not too sweet, it's just sweet enough. It's your favorite card there, Batman. Heliod. What the fuck was the point of playing pacifism on it? That's not even what Heliod's about. Dumbass. Three extra damage. More griffins. Think he'll let me deal the final blow, or do you think he'll just quit? Yep, there he goes. Pulled a raven. Oh. Yeah. Well, he had no creatures to attack with, so it didn't so much matter. Socialize. Takes wine bottle and walks away. Is that what you're drinking is barefoot? I love it. Wine fight. Aw, that wasn't nice. Hey, look what's back, dude. That has to suck. Kills my creature. Boom. Creature's immediately back. And double poop. Why you do that? Confuzzling me. What? He concedes at 18 life? Oh, come on. Have a backbone. Can't believe that. Oh, I just quit. Jackass. Obviously not. Okay. planes. I know I got the win, but I want it to be a good game, you know? And it's just not satisfying. Boop the nose. Apparently I'm just going to be mana screwed on this. Hey, Dakotan, thank you for the raid. That's awesome. Hello, Fox Logic. Hey man, we're just having fun playing some Magic. Look at that, Vela already on the shout out. Thank you, Vela, you're awesome. No modesty. Vela's just like, I know. Alright. So, how much different is Pokemon from Magic? Like, really? Yeah. Yeah, the card game. So it's like everything has haste, they can just all act on the first turn? Okay. I've really gotten screwed on mana this round. No summon cost. Okay, so what's the... I'm assuming there's some kind of resource management aspect to it. Hey, Fox Logic, thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. Hope you enjoy the stream. Ew, I don't like that angel. You get too big too quick. Let's get rid of that enchantment. Doesn't get rid of what he's already done, but, you know. Ouch. Well, that might be game. Oops. Mistakes were made. Should have mulliganed. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna survive this. Alright, Echoed. Thanks for coming by with the raid, though. Hope I'll catch you again. Do you play Magic, by the way? I know Seb does, and Vela's learning. But thank you very much for the raid. That was awesome. Well, come play for fun with me. We got a bunch of people that are just learning. Lots of people that, still unlocking cards. I've only been playing for like 3 weeks, so, and I didn't play Magic at all for longer than I want to admit. Last time I played before this, like last 3 weeks, was I want to say Unlimited, maybe Revised, like right before 4th edition. So, dude, this new stuff is all new to me. There's so many new mechanics, it's ridiculous. But 3 weeks, I'm now in Platinum. I'm occasionally winning a match or two. It's pretty cool. So, join the Discord right there and come play with us. It's all fun, win or lose. I get my butt kicked on the regular. Well, he's not in the Discord. He could pop into the Discord. Say hi, say goodnight, whatever. We could hear voices. Crazy things. You know me, I'm like old school social. I actually talk to people. One of those voices sounds like you, though. Yeah, I was saying pop in and say hi. Dakotan's in now. Awesome. Oh, so tablet is like drawing tablet? Oh, that's cool. I got one from a kid. She loves the shit out of it. I am not talented along those lines. Yeah, thanks for popping in, man. Have a good night. Yep, we were talking about drawing tablets briefly, Fox Logic. Vela got Dakotan a drawing tablet for Christmas. Alright, what do we want to play? Let's do that. Just for funsies. Yeah. And then, not this Christmas, but the one before, I got my kid a drawing tablet. She uses like fire alpaca and stuff like that for her art. Alright, let's see. Wonder if I can make this thing let me draw 2 cards. Alright, let's put a stop there. You know what? On the other hand, we need 3. Shit. Yeah, let's draw cards. Draw a card. Copy. You. Okay. Well, thanks for coming and hanging out, and thank you again for the follow, Fox Logic. Hope we see you again. I also, in addition to Magic, I read stories several times a week. So if you like, we're reading like Frankenstein, Nicholas Nickleby, and this kind of strange mystery called The Clue of the Twisted Candle. And we've read H.P. Lovecraft, we've read Conan, we've read Agatha Christie, a few other things. So there's lots of odds on both the Twitch and the YouTube channel. So if you're at all interested in listening to some cool old stories, they are there for everybody. All right. What do we want to bring in? Let's get rid of her. Right on. Yes, thank you, Vela. I should probably have mentioned time and date. But yeah, we're reading Nicholas Nickleby by Charles Dickens tomorrow, and then more Magic streaming after the read. So if you want to hop in, check it out. 8 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, as Vela said. And if you join the Discord, there's links to calendars and all kinds of other stuff. Oh, that was nice. Oh, details. Everybody loves pie. There's nothing wrong with turning it into pie. Just a nice, friendly little piece of pie. No biggie. Okay, so... creatures right here. Bring him back. Give you a target. I need that Raven's Revenge thing. Got 4, 5, 6, 7. Got this, this, this. Ouchie stingy. Well, let's see. Kapow! Sorry, I hit him for 25. I gotta say kapow. I don't care how dorky it sounds. So I copied his extra life ability, which then gave +10/+10 to him with counters. And that's important because the amount wasn't tied to the enchantment. So when I gave him protection from white and he lost the enchantment, he still kept the counters, and then he was unblockable by any white creatures for this turn. And so he died. All right, what do you guys think? Think we can make it to Platinum 2? Real close. Gotten close a couple of times. And then I died. I died every time I got close. All right. 3 mana. Heliod's nice. A couple of controls. Okay. Aw, I'm glad you find my dorkiness endearing. I'm not going to stop being dorky, so this is probably a good thing that you find it endearing. Enter tapped. Imagine if you had to live with this level of dorkiness. Oof. What? No snarky comment, Drea? Visit the darkness, but you couldn't live with it. Okay. All right. Let's see how it is. Boop the nose. Boop the nose. As long as I... Yeah, we were talking about building a compound. And then I was saying that we needed anti-moose cannons because moose scare me. They're frightening. But Gecko and Vela got after me because apparently that would ruin the meat, and moose is really tasty. And Gecko thinks it's the geese you really need to be worried about, not the moose. So there's a whole discussion about that. And then Gecko sends me a picture of a moose operating a cannon. I'm like, no. You can't let the moose get control of the anti-moose cannon. This is bad news bears. You have to design it with like intricate controls that require fingers, not hooves, so that the moose can't operate the anti-moose cannon. Otherwise, you're just completely screwed. Game over. Yeah. I know. My go. Blah, blah, blah. Now boop your nose. And I'm gonna need that Raven's revenge. Okay. You look like you would be tasty. Ogre pie. Ogre pie sounds good, right? Totally tasty and not at all disgusting. Boop the nose. The chain spiders I like less because they can like escape and come back. They're like the spider that you thought you got rid of, and then suddenly it drops on your head. Oh, the fucking land. Not getting any card draw cards either. Alright. Oh, you done messed up. You like that? Suddenly a 15-15? I'm gonna just get as much life as I can while I wait for some other cards to be drawn. Let's just hang on to that. Oh shit, I should have played the planes. Yeah, we're gonna gain some life off this if he doesn't get his act together. Hmm. Army of one over here. Oh, please somebody clip this match. This is ridiculous. This is seriously the stupidest fucking match. Dude, if I just draw Vito. 1, 2, 3. It's too bad I can't give that thing trample. Probably shouldn't have attacked with Heliod. Oh well. What he really needs is a death touch creature. That would stop this absurdity. I don't even want to know what this is going to end up being. Nice. Very nice. I don't think that is the max life counter. But I'd say we're about to. Hey, Platinum 2! Outstanding. That was a nice game to make it on. That should be like an achievement. Getting somebody to concede when they have over 100 life. That was the stupidest. Oh my god, that was ridiculous. Oh. Wow. Did you see that, Batman? That was broken. Dude, I got my tavern like gambler to over 1,000 power and toughness. And even after he did like 500 damage to me, I still had over 500 HP. And every turn I added that creature's power to both its power and toughness and to my life. So if he'd played another turn, that would have been a 2,104 power creature. Like power and toughness. And I would have had 1,500 some life. That shit's just out of control. Dude, I wish he kept going. We could have gone combat power over 9,000. Come on, that would have been beautiful, right? What is this crap? Yeah, but I mean, it only would have taken what, 3 more turns? 3 more turns, we could have gone combat power over 9,000. Makes me sad. Booptanos. Back to gaining 1 HP per hit. I'm gonna be laughing for a while after that game. Right. Get to put Revenge of Ravens out next turn. Still kind of screwed for the white mana, though. Don't tell me you got mana screwed, dude. Oops. Come on. All the boops. Double boop. Another double boop. What? Oh, that was sad. He must have been really mana screwed. He needs to go like fix his deck if it's that bad. I mean, seriously, I've come back from like 3 life. Keep. Ew, that gets creepy. Blue black. Don't like Death Touch. Of course it gets reach. Crap. Artifacts of color, right? That wasn't nice. Can't be having that Piper either. Really? He must have suspected shenanigans. I wonder if we can get him to keep letting shit through. Can't be having that. Stop it on the end step. If he starts accruing rats, that's going to be a problem. Not like the crystalline giant. Let's get a pain in the butt. Jesus, he's got a big fucking deck. Oh, that sucks. I said deck, but sure, okay, why not? So big. They're making all the dick jokes in the Discord, by the way. So, if anybody likes dick jokes, jump in the Discord. Pop the link in the chat real quick. There you go. Discord for dick jokes. Bring it on. Pants off, dance off, man. Oh, he's got vigilance now. Fuck's sake. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Damn. Well, shit. All right. So, this. And it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Pay. You. On to pay. Oh, fuck my life. I was supposed to pay 4. Oh, I screwed that up. Ah, fuck that up good. Yeah, that happened. Fuck. I had him. And I screwed it up. If I would have left that 1 mana, I would have gotten my -2/-2 from this, and he'd have been dead. Fuck. But I didn't. Because I got fucking cocky. Maybe. Not this turn, anyway. Man, I am all kinds of fucking distracted and not paying attention. Yeah. Clearly not focused. Nope. He got the hexproof. I'm fucked. Well, maybe. I don't know if hexproof protects against this since it's not actually targeted. Fuck you. Of course, he gets rid of my board clear. God, I hate those crystalline giants. Fuck those things. Really? Every last boot. Fuck all the things. Rip. Alright, well. Give me a second to eat some banana bread. I'm having some food. And it's not the longest stream ever yet, Vela. We got like 2.5 more minutes. Although I thought I did a 5.5 hour one. Let's see. No, not even close, fella. Longest one, 5 hours, 41 minutes. It was the Friday the 8th Frankenstein stream. No, almost 6 hours. You're thinking of that first stream that I did magic on that had like 100 views on the VOD and like 17 live views or whatever on the 2nd of January, and that was 4 hours 58 minutes. That's the one you're thinking of. But I did a later one that was longer than that even. No, but you can see the VODs and you can see the length of the VODs. It doesn't need the analytics for it. Oh shoot, I forgot to do the giveaway question. Dang it. Alright. Maybe I'll do 2 giveaway questions tomorrow. No. Because the... Did I not do one on Wednesday? I swear I did one on Wednesday. I suppose. We got some new people. Oh, okay. I get it. I'll come up with questions. But we have new people in here. I should probably tell them about it, yeah? And fuck that hand. I'm not sharing banana bread. I like you a lot, Bella. I really do. But I am not sharing the banana bread. I don't like anybody that much. So, all right. For the people who are new, shh, don't make me mute you. I'm trying to talk. It's weird talking over everybody. Oh, shh. All right. So, we started doing giveaways this month. So, what it is every stream during intermission, except apparently for the last 2, I ask a question that's kind of like a scavenger hunt trivia question about the stream. And it's all stuff that you can go search and find out. And then I post the questions in the Discord. I did make the stream mature. Oh my god. No faith, no trust, anywhere. Anyway. So, the first correct answer for the question gets a bonus point, but you can DM me the question plus the answer anytime up to the end of the month. Person with the most points at the end of the month, oh, you bastard, gets 1 or more games on Steam that the community plays. So the reason I'm not specifying which game is sometimes people already have the game. I want everybody to be able to get something out of it. So it'll depend on what you already have in your gaming library. So like, instead of saying everybody gets 7 Days to Die, right? Or Minecraft, because a lot of people may have one of those. I'm just going to talk to whoever the winner is, find out what they've actually got, and you'll get 1, maybe 2 games on Steam as the prize. And then we do that every month. For this first one, anything from the first day that I started streaming up until the 31st of December is fair game. And it could be something from the Discord itself, or the stream itself, the Discord, text on the Patreon, the calendar, whatever, right? So you don't have to donate. It's free. You don't even have to be a follower, although I'd like it if you followed, because, you know, that would be nice to at least follow. But you don't have to do anything in terms of financial obligation or whatever to participate. You just have to submit on Discord to me the question that you're answering and your answer for each of the ones for the competition and get the most points. Easy as that. And as hard as that. You know. And now I should probably pay attention to the match. Not cranky pants. Shh. I am eating. I am eating the banana bread. You can't tell me I'm hangry because I'm eating the banana bread. They're just whispering banana bread now. Are you talking about it in your game? That is a fucked up game, man. You're a weapons manufacturer supplied with an indirect death count. Do people strangle each other with your t-shirts or what? I ate all the banana bread. We'll see if it worked. That thing looks creepy as fuck. That thing's gross. You are not going to have the baker cut me off. That's rude. Bella said she's going to get a hold of my baker and have them cut me off. That seems very counterproductive. Vicious. Unnecessarily vicious. Don't do that. Banana bread is awesome. This also seems like a terrible idea. Now they're just whispering bananas. No, ew. Ew. It's gross. Keeps killing all my things. Keeps killing all the things. It's not nice. Yeah, well. Apparently I survived. Most ineffective play ever. Really? You just had to be a dick. For one life. Sad day. Lil Zero kicked my ass. Anybody want to play a challenge match? Get a better quest than that. For one banana bread? I'm not giving you my banana bread. Go have some of Bella's creepy chocolate banana bread. She'll probably share. She's nicer than I am. I'm selfish when it comes to banana bread. That's a little creepy. I do like you. I like all of you. We are friends. I share a number of things. But those things do not include banana bread. It's no lies. Find me one person who will say that I've shared banana bread with them honestly. Can't do it. Nope. She can get her own. No, they can get their own. No sharing that. I think if Kevlar is a pain in your ass, you're putting it on wrong. Clearly I need one more mana so I can shatter the sky. Lame. Nice play, but lame. Come on, coin flip. Damn it. Ooh. Aren't you spiffy? Yes. It's kind of ridiculous. What? Son of a bitch. I misclicked. I meant to click attack all. Oh well. Whatever. Nothing wrong with some blockers. Kind of a strange little dude, isn't he? He just wanted to get one last attack in before he conceded? Okay. All right. I do think that 5 hours and 20 minutes is probably a long enough stream. So, thank you everybody who came out to watch. I really appreciate you being here and hanging out with me. Please, if you enjoyed it, click that follow button, join the Discord, come participate in the giveaway that we're doing, hang out with us, play games. We got a Minecraft server up and running on Realms. It is invite required because that's how Realms works, but all you have to do is post in the games channel or DM me and I'll invite you to it. And the rule is pretty simple. You know, don't be a douche or a douche canoe. What did I actually say in the rules? Let me look. Oh, rule number 1, be decent to each other. Then you can row your douche canoe somewhere else. Don't be a douche canoe. Let's see. Fun way of saying be decent to each other. Anyway, I will catch all of you later. Let me see if there's anybody around to raid real quick. I think most of the people we ordinarily hang out. Oh, there's an Alex. Let's go raid an Alex. All right, everybody stick around for this raid, please, because this will be like the biggest raid I've done on him. So it'll be fun. There we go. All right, we're gonna go raid the Alex. Thank you guys all for hanging out with me. I really appreciate it. And I hope to see you for the stream tomorrow. Same bat time, same bat channel. Now we go raid the Alex. Aw, not all of you came. Lame. I should probably end my stream, huh? All right.